Alright, I think we're up and running here. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hope you are having a fantastic Friday. We're gonna get rolling here. As usual, for the early arrival crowd, here's the weekly Alonzo sighting. Say hi, Alonzo. He's like, oh god, put me down. Ah! Alright, you can lie back down now, buddy. Alright. So, we will give it a minute here, let people drift in, and then we'll get started. Ow, Alonzo, you're very pointy. Stop that. Such a pointy cat. And let me know how the audio balance sounds of the game versus me. I'm working with a new headset here, so audio balance might need some tweaking. Of course, it always needs tweaking even when I'm on a very old headset, so who knows. Hey Lee, hey Bree. Y'all's names rhyme, that's cool. Ow, Alonzo, you cannot... Okay. Live nail clipping action. One of his nails is super pointy, and if he's gonna stay on my lap, we're gonna have to do something about that. Yeah, stop that, come on. There we go, much better. Okay. Anyway. Alright, so we'll get started here in just a minute. Hey, Stina. And, see what trouble we can get into here. It's been a while since I last played this game, so I'm a little rusty on where we were, but we'll get it figured out in time, hopefully. My recollection is we're doing something to do with, like, putting a medical mannequin back together, which is why we have all this shit in our inventory. Nice! That sounds delicious. I finally started cooking, so I cooked pot roast the last 2 weeks. I was super proud of myself, and I'm making chili tomorrow. Yes! I am an adult, sort of, not really. Hi, Poe! Alonzo says hi. Alonzo, you need to start facing the camera so we don't have to do this. Whee! Okay. Right, so we were, as per usual, we are part of a very unfortunate group of people who've been trapped in a sinking ocean liner by a madman who has us doing math puzzles to escape. And we're in the, like, next, we're in a phase of it. We're behind one of the locked doors, and we have to, like, solve the puzzles so we can get out again. And this particular puzzle, I believe, involves collecting all of these fake organs. To be honest, I can't remember where we have and haven't been in this area. I was trying to watch my video of the previous stream to, like, get myself caught up, but there's a lot. So, we're just gonna wander around, and we're gonna see what happens. I remember this... Yes, this is like a... Okay. Wait, what? Chest of the medical mannequin organ is missing. Alright, whatever. I don't remember what was happening in this game. Jesus Christ. Oh, yes, Bree looked into it and we're locked into a bad ending, so that sucks. But... thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. I don't remember what was happening in this game at all. This was poor planning on my part. Have we tried putting the heart in the fake chest? Because that would seem to make sense. Nope. Okay. No doubt I did that before. A heart. Yes, thank you. This thing is super creepy. This ain't good for the heart. Okay. This is what would happen if Warren Buffett became a supervillain. Hey, Joe. Chest of a medical mannequin. There's a hole in the left side of the chest. Why is it not for the heart? Jesus. Okay. I should have looked things up before. I feel like we'd explored this room completely, so we're gonna go out and see what else we can get into. Hey, Tavi. Yes, it is the weird game. It's locked. Okay. I have a key. Is it the correct key? Alonzo, stop that. Lie down. Lie down, buddy. Okay, hang on. There's a key in this organ. Found a key in an internal organ. Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Okay, we got it equipped now. There we go. Cool, it's unlocked. Awesome, I have progressed in the game. So we're gonna go this way. And see what else we can find. Let's see if... a piece of paper. What's this? It's a piece of paper, Junpei. Is this some kind of medical record? I don't know, is it? New material has been added to the file screen. Alright. The medical record. What the fuck? Okay, John was the mannequin in the room that we were just in. What the shitting... what? Okay, 2 and 2.3 are pointing at the heart holes. I'm so confused by what this puzzle wants me to do, but okay. That's fine. Ah! What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? Oh, it wasn't ah! It was ah! Okay, that's confusing. Yeah, I guess there's 2 chests, so... yeah, but I'm tired. Clover! Why does no one in this game have any self-preservation instinct? God, we're 6 minutes in and I'm already having irrational anger at this game. No one has any self-preservation instinct. Alright, this looks promising. Whoa! Dude! Okay, cool. We can make light. I found a beaker. Congratulations. There are 4 different There are 4 lights! Sorry. There are 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react to something and then the lights light up? Wow, maybe. Do you think? Alright, what do we have that can go in a beaker? I know, thank you. I didn't. Shut up. Yeah, okay. We'll come back to that. Beaker. Got it. Okay. Cabinet. That's locked. It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Do you think that means something? Gosh. I think it was for decorative appeal, Clover, but okay. To be honest, Joe, it doesn't make any more sense if you have watched the first 2 times I streamed it, so... Suffice it to say, we're stuck in a sinking ocean liner because a madman is making us do math puzzles in order to escape, and no one has any self-preservation instinct whatsoever. And you know pretty much everything there is to know. Damn, it's not opening. Locked, of course. The blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though. Significant, I could see. Suspicious seems like an odd word choice, but okay. Damn, it's not opening. It won't even budge. It's got this purple plate on it, too. I've streamed it twice before. A sink. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to take your word on that, 7. Of course, that's locked, too. Okay. Do you think this is the exit? Well... I didn't until you said that, but now I do. Where are my items? I want them back. There they are. Ooh! Wait a minute! Alright, we have liquid. We can put liquid in a beaker. Science! Okay. Sweet. Okay. We put red liquid. And it makes the red... Oh! I bet that unlock... Okay, okay, I got it. That unlocks the thing with the thing. Yeah, Bree and I looked up the plot for this after the last time I streamed it, and the more we read the wiki article, like, the more confused we became. And I'm really perplexed because like, the reviews that we were reading were like, it's so, you know, where they were like, it's great, and it has a great story, and they praised the writing. I'm like, why? Are you playing the same game that I'm playing? Because this is awful. Anyway, forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? If it tells me that it unlocked the that's another thing about this game, for those of you who hasn't seen it, it explains all the puzzles to you, so you, like, can't actually solve them yourself. And I got really irritated about that. So if it tells me that it just unlocked the red closet, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Okay, thank you. Wait, why? Why did it- what? I hope that unlocked it anyway. I hope it didn't have to- okay. Yay! We found a leg. Awesome. Okay, good. Fake right leg. Awesome. Okay, good. Alright, so let's get the blue and then the purple, which should be pretty easy peasy. Blue liquid. Ah, wait, come back here. Blue liquid. Sweet. It's blue now. I think I heard another noise. Yeah, thank you so much for... That did sound like pee, you're right. Sweet, okay, we found another leg. Awesome. And purple, which... This is gonna take some serious intellectual struggle, you guys, but I'm pretty sure if we do blue and then red, it'll make purple. Holy shit, you guys. I get it! You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid. Yes! This game is so odd to me because it has this weird tone combination of, like, it's like super gory or like weird in spots, and then super like simplistic in other spots. So it doesn't seem to have any idea what its audience is. I think it gets white if you leave it empty, Brie. Good job, Junpei! The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has gotta be unlocked. Stop explaining everything to me! Alright, let's see what happened. Why did you need to explain that to me now, after I've solved the... Yay, it's another... Nose? Torso? Stomach. Okay. Got it. Can we combine these? Are we supposed to combine these? No? Okay. They had a math puzzle about hexadecimal. And I was like, I got this! I know I can do hexadecimal! And then it, like, explained the whole thing to me. And wouldn't let me solve it. I was so fucking irritated about that. And also the whole... What is it? Arithmetic... Not arithmetic mean. What is it? What do they call it? There's something that keeps coming up. Digital roots. It was like, I got this, I got it figured out, and they keep insisting on explaining the whole thing to me. It's like, it thinks it's being made for children, and then every once in a while it's like, no, we're gonna have some gore randomly, because why not? Like, it had someone explode earlier, so, you know. No, how do I... Oh, there we go, okay. Also, the controls are whack as fuck. Alright, John. It's an old operating table. A medical mannequin is lying on it. There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't. There's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either. Okay. Oh my god. Exactly, Brie. Exactly. Okay, we need to figure out where that... There was another operating table, right? I think there was another operating table. Junpei, where are you going? That's the door we came through. The only thing out there is the numbered door. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered... Yeah, I know! Thank you. No. Where are we putting the female mannequin? Oh wait, was it over here? It was over here. Here we go. Okay. Cool. Oh, da-da. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. Sweet! The chest does look like a butt, doesn't it? Alright, we've collected all the 6 parts. Go me. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah. Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. I still don't remember why we had to do this, but we do. Alright, let's get started. Come Jesus Christ, Junpei. Yay! Huzzah! Oh, there's a number on here. 51 kilograms. What's this? Is this the weight? Well, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that it'd be the weight. Okay. What did that accomplish exactly? Can we open this now? Something that looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. It has something that looks like a lid on the front of it. Okay. I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Tavi is having just as much irrational anger as I am. Why did I have to do this? I honestly don't remember. It seems to be a scale that measures the patient's weight. Panel says 51 kilograms. What was that? Hang on, we had that medical file. 51 kilograms. Something is missing. Do they have the wrong heart? Might have the wrong heart? Can I? Hey, nothing happened. Oh, okay. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight. Ah! Wait. Yeah, what is this weight concept you speak of? Yeah, what? Oh my god, stop explaining everything to me. Ah! Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number, like the weight of the bodies that's in the medical record. Oh my god. How are we gonna do that? Jesus Christ, I don't know, guys. Maybe we'll take a shit on it. I think we're supposed to swap. Calm. Find the happy place. I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. I think you can bite my ass, Junpei. See, there's another good question. Oh, let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by— Okay, see, this is an interesting puzzle, but the fact that they felt the need to fucking explain explain this to me is really irritating. You can switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out, and then the part you want to switch in. Okay, I can do this. We got this. Okay. 53. Can I pull up that document? Because that would be super useful, but I guess we're just gonna do this by— Okay. She needs to be— Oh god, what was it? Hang on. No doubt— Yeah, I know! I think if we knew the weight of each part, we could figure it out. I think you can fuck off, Junpei. Hang on a second. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna reset this. Oh, it's already reset. Okay. Junpei, are you— Oh my god! Fuck off! Yes, I'm gonna look at the fucking medical You gotta use your hints, or you're never gonna— You know what? You can eat me. You can eat me. I am on top of it. You and your pink hair can go suck on it. This game makes me really angry. Like, I'd forgotten how angry this makes me. You're right, maybe I ought to take a look at that thing. Maybe you should both shut up and let me handle my business. Alright, okay. We're gonna write this down because I'm a nerd and I actually want to do this puzzle by logic instead of guess and check. So, John. Total 51.3 kilograms. Chest 6.2. Heart 2.2. 1.3. Arm 1.5. Stomach 5.6. Left leg 3.4. Right leg. Oh, never mind. Cool. Bree's got a picture of it that I can just pull up. Okay. Cool. Alright, so I don't have to type all that out. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, no, I got it. I got it. I got it. Thank you. Fucking lag. I got it. Okay. Okay. So. Good. Okay, so we can do this with some semblance of logic now. And then maybe I'll get to punch Junpei in the face. How was my office party? It was fun. I ate way too much. I'm not drinking tonight, actually, because my stomach is like, holy shit, you had a lot of cookies today, and is not very pleased with me, so we're not drinking today. Okay, so Lucy needs to go up by 2.2 kilograms. How do we get a difference of 2.2 kilograms? Ah, fuck it. I'll probably will end up just guessing checking it to some extent, because I don't want you guys to be bored while I do math equations. 1.9. So that's 1.4. Hold on a second. Nah. Yeah, if you figure it out, go ahead. Audience participation is accepted. Alright. Actually, I might still write this down because we can do this like... Okay. Chest difference is 0.2. Heart difference is 0.3. Oh, Bree's already got it. Alright. Arm, stomach, and both legs. Wait. Ah! 51 point... I don't think that's right, Bree. That has this at 51.5. Although maybe we just have to get her. Wait, what? I don't think that... No, it doesn't work, Bree. It's 53.0 instead of 53.2. So hold on a second. Arm difference is 0.5. Stomach difference is 0.6. Left leg 0.4. Right leg 0.5. So we need something that sums up to 2.2. I think we need everything except the heart. Boom! Yeah! Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. No, it was 2.2, Bree. We had 53.2. Was what we needed to get her up to. Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. You still get points, though, because it was 2 kilograms, so if you thought that was what we were going for, that was correct. So, you still get points for being awesome. Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. Gee, I wonder why. Why does Seven always look like he's going to try to punch math? I think he's gonna punch everything. We better check it out. Okay. This is such a weird puzzle. Alright. John, How's tricks, buddy? Can we open this now? Huh? The lid on the scale. Sweet! We got a key! I bet that lets us out the exit. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because... Good God, these people are dense. Okay. Must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Ah! Okay. Yay, key. Alright. I'm a Jupiter key. Okay, cool. So this is gonna let us out. We still have purple liquid, which maybe that'll be important later? I don't know. Alright. Good work, everyone. We have got our shit handled. It's locked. Yes, I know it's locked. Yes, it won't open. Hey, Ron. Boom! Check me out. Oh, what is it, 7? Hey, hold on. Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob. What's up? Where's Clover? Oh, for God's sake. She probably went off to take a nap somewhere. Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. For fuck's sake! Why can we not keep track of the entire group for 5 minutes at a time? God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute, I'll go get her. Sure thing. Junpei left 7 at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Are we gonna have another, like, introspective philosophical conversation about Ice 9 or something? Because we don't have time! Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Yeah, it was really pretty shitty actually, Junpei, but okay. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey, Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Her brother is one of the other people trapped, if I recall correctly, but he's with another group. Huh? That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next. Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? You mean aside from the fact that you guys are all in mortal danger, Junpei? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Tommy. What the fuck? I don't even remember what the 4-leaf clover was. I don't know, guys. What do we want to do? Does anyone remember the context for this? Of the people who saw me stream this before? I don't remember having a 4-leaf clover or why I would be giving it to her. So, I'm tempted to do that just to, like, remember why I have it. But this is dramatic music. Bum, 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 bum. It's a bookmark with a clover on it. Give her the clover, it seems thematically appropriate. I'm trying to remember why we have a bookmark with a clover on it. It has to do with getting the good ending, which is irrelevant here. Oh, okay. Tavi says give it to her anyway. Eat it. Alright, so far Tavi's the only one who's voted, so. Alright, we're gonna go with giving her the clover, just for the hell of it. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. No! Hold on a second. I don't know my controls. Ah! Okay. I should probably save state pretty soon, actually. There we go. Oh, yeah. He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He didn't know why. It was because the plot demanded it for some reason, and we are subject to the whims of the writers who were evidently on acid the whole time they were writing this game. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. There it is. A 4-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him. Santa is a person. He's the, one of the other people trapped. It's not like Santa Claus. Had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover. Did you know that each... No, why are we having this conversation? Okay. Did you know that each leaf on the 4-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. This is so insensitive, Junpei. This is not gonna help her at all, but okay. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's oh god. And that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Clover's just like, what the fuck? Snake, I mean your brother, he's not dead. He's alive somewhere, I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that. Yeah, that's really not helpful if he turned out to be dead, but okay. We did not poop on the table yet. No, Joe, sorry. Yes, I did give a clover to Clover, you're right. The names of all these people, by the way, at the beginning of the game, all these people, like, showed up on this ocean liner and they didn't remember how they got there, and they all had a number in their pockets. So everyone gave themselves, like, a code name based on their number. So, Snake, which is Clover's brother, was 1, so he gave it for Snake Eyes. Santa was... I don't even remember what number he was. Clover was 4, because the 4-leaf clover, I think. 7 was 7, obviously. He could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes. Thank you. Junpei, there's no reason that should have worked on, like, a normal human being. Oh, Snake is 2 for Snake Eyes. Right, gotcha. Oh no, 1 was Ace, that's right. But Ace, like, drugged himself because he realized he couldn't be part of the puzzle solution, if I recall correctly. Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. Look, I'm always very sympathetic to people in emotional crisis, but we really don't have time for this conversation. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small, wet circles on the floor. Thank you, she said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage. Jesus Christ, Tina. Now come on, Seven's waiting for us at the exit. But still she didn't move. We're never gonna get out of this fucking ship. Everyone's just gonna fucking drown, you know? And I won't even be sorry. Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you. Do you know what Ice 9 is? And then we'll go off into a 20-minute fucking tangent about that. What's that? What do you think when you hear the... What do you think when you hear the word experiment? For a moment his mind froze. They're gonna fucking talk about Ice 9 again. Or something like that. I'm gonna be fucking irritated again. Then he came back to his senses. What the hell? For a moment his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him aside from the dictionary definition. What? Oh, huh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover. Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but you're making less than no sense right now. Junpei! Oh, no, it's nothing, just forget about it. Oh, don't give... Junpei, we don't have time! We don't have time! The water is rising, my boy! The water is rising! Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about? This game makes me so angry. Ah! Clover looked away. The four-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke. You promise you won't tell anyone? Okay. Okay. Cross my heart. Really? Really? I can trust you, right? If you tell him you love him, we're gonna have trouble. Of course you can. Clover slipped the four-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei. Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago. Okay. Wait. On this ship. Yeah, this ship. He was entirely lost. Me too, Junpei! Me too! He had 1,000 questions. Exactly. Not 999, but 1,000. But it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished. Yeah, to be fair, June looks pretty damn young, too, and we were pretty much humping her in the middle of the main stairwell, if you'll recall. Anyway, he had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see. Okay, so this is... Right. For context, for those who haven't watched me play this game before, there was a whole bunch of conversations that we've had with different people at very inopportune times to be having such conversations. Yeah, no, that's true. What was I saying? We had these random conversations about, like, different historical experiments and things that involved... I don't even know how to explain it now, but, like, experiments affecting each other in different parts of the world, and, hey, Gailey, and, Ice 9 and ice that doesn't melt and, like, weird shit that seems irrelevant, but a lot of it seemed to deal with, like, unrelated things having some sort of communication. So, presumably this is going to relate to that. Communicating through these fields that you can't see. Fields that you can't see. He'd heard something like this before. Yes, in like 3 completely irrelevant conversations, Junpei. Clover nodded. Like, think about this. She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin. Because we put them there, because we put them there like 5 minutes ago. Thank you for the reminder, game. I am not an idiot, generally speaking. This is John, right? But is he really John? All Junpei could think was she had finally completely lost it. Isn't this like... Is this gonna be... Oh, this is probably gonna be... She's probably talking about the whole concept, like, what's the thing, like, it's Abraham Lincoln's axe, but the head's been replaced 3 times and the handle's been replaced twice, or something like that, so... I'm assuming it's the same concept that she's talking about. Isn't this like Lock's Socks? Or the Ship of Theseus? Why are we having this conversation right now? This is not relevant. Junpei grew even more confused. He'd never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart. He's not very familiar with things that sound smart. No, it's not the surgery game. This is 9 persons, 9 hours, 9 doors. You don't know? Oh, jeez, no, I don't know about the Ship of Theseus. You haven't heard of those paradoxes? Oops. Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed. Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how Lock's Socks works.
This is not the time for this conversation. The ship is sinking.
Okay. Hey, Drac. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei? Patch... Alright, guys. Patch it up or throw it away. It is a mannequin cadaver, yes. We are a bunch of people who have been stuck on a sinking ocean liner by a madman who is making us solve math puzzles. And none of us have any self-preservation instinct. That's all that you need to know. I need a vote. Patch it up, throw it away. I don't know if this matters at all, but... Alright, we have 2 votes for throw it away. 3 votes for throw it away. Hey, Shiloh! 3 votes for throw it away, 1 vote for patch it. I have no idea if this is even, like, relevant to anything. But anyway. Alright, throw it away it is. Well, I'd pitch it, I guess. But it's your favorite pair of socks. Come on, who loves their socks that much? It doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much. So, alright, so the answer was completely irrelevant. Again! Okay. Well, I guess then I'd patch it. Why? Why, guys? I don't understand. Okay. And I guess I'd patch it. But what if another hole opens? I'd add another patch, I suppose. What if another hole yeah, okay, so I see where this is going. Are they still your favorite socks if you've patched the entire fucking thing? Another patch, I suppose? Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say they're the same socks you started with? That's tough. Junpei crossed his arms. So that's the locked socks thing. I think the ship of Theseus is the same idea, that they've, like, cut out all the wood, like, all the wood's been replaced, so is it still the same boat? Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. Yeah, I've always heard this with Abraham Lincoln's axe, but it's the same general idea. Ship of Theseus, if you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the ship of Theseus that you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus? The one you repaired or the one you built with all the original parts? Like, this is interesting. It really, really is, but it just... The tone shifts of this game are so incredibly fucking jarring, like... It's an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued. Junpei had decided that he was just gonna let himself die, so he decided to have this philosophical conversation instead. Hey, do you think it's the same? What's the same? These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now? Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like locked socks in the ship of Theseus. But why does it matter? Why? I need a hug, you guys. This game is agitating me. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. John's head and heart were both his, but apart from that and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John? It's a mannequin. I don't care. Ah! We're just like these mannequins. No, we're not. No, we're not, Clover. We're not going down this path. She looked at Junpei again. Think about it. I am thinking about it. It's dumb. The cells in our bodies change every day. Actually, I have had this conversation with someone at one point that, like, don't you, like, replace all the cells in your body every, like, 3 weeks or something? Like, it's some ridiculously small number. Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye. The silence was broken by Seven. What the fuck are you guys doing? Come on, let's walk through the door, you fucking idiot. Oh, is it 7 years? Okay. Hey! What the hell is taking you two so long? See? Alright. This guy, everyone in this game, like, takes turns being the voice of reason. And then starts being crazy later on. So it's Seven's turn right now. Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long? Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy. How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around. Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on. Oh, what were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting? No, it wasn't. We were just playing with the mannequins. That doesn't sound better. That doesn't sound better. Huh? Let's go, Junpei. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed to— oh, sorry, I'm like falling off the camera. Hold on. There we go. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression. Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei. You're a dick. You're all dicks, Junpei. Everyone in this game is a total fucking prick. So, move on. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool? You don't need to keep asking. See, alright, it's Seven's turn to be the reasonable one now. Just do it, alright? Ha, fine then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. Woo! The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. Or like a black nothingness, but okay. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Alright, let's get going. Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Except when June's around and then he, like, drools all over the floor. You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? We are... Seven's moment of sense has disappeared and now insanity has reasserted itself. We're on an ocean liner being run by a madman who's making us do math puzzles so we don't drown. What the fuck am I gonna be happy about, you fucking weirdo? Okay. Hey, Maxie. You know, get a little excited? Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, which was what that dialogue just said! Oh my god! I cannot handle the writing in this game. It makes me physically angry. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? You found it! Huzzah! We made it out of that room. Go me! What the fuck is that shot? What? The screen is making my head hurt. Is that the wall or the ceiling or the... floor? I'm so confused. Okay, Stina. Enjoy your nap if you go to nap. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Until at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. That's true, Stina, yes. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover. Jumpy! Hey, it's the girlfriend! Time to drool all over the floor. Technically, they're not. She's not his girlfriend yet, but they are both making eyes at each other like nobody's fucking business. Jumpy! He spun around. He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. Geez, I wonder who it is. There were 3 people coming towards Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June! Yay! They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard. Whoa! What the hell is this? What are you doing here? What do you mean, what are we doing here? We solved our puzzles! Don't fucking undermine me now. What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Hey guys, could you come take a look at this? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. That looks like a map of the ship's interior. It said Sea Deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor they were on. Okay. Door 7 and door 8, the map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. Why does this game insist on telling me everything 15 fucking times? I'm so irritated. Alright, in fact... Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. They had moved as one for the door. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5. Ready? I'm gonna open it. Stop asking permission before you open doors. We don't have time. Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. Okay. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. Oh no, we went in a circle! The tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall. On the right side, we'll see Ace again, and he's cool, if I recall correctly. We went in a circle, you guys! Hi, Ace. I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors. Yes, thank you for summarizing everything that we already knew. He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report. I hate the writing in this game so fucking much. The magic is not in the puzzle or the story, it is really in the narrations. Yes. Maxie, was it your roommate that was saying she really liked this game? I hope she isn't offended by the fact that I'm just like laughing my ass off at most of it. At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Ace shook his head with a rueful smile. Well, we saw each other again, and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough. 7 smiled. Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need. Did we? The key? Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Bree. Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory, too. Here, the Earth key. Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it. Warm? Where were you keeping it? I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost. And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. Saturn key card, which had been found in the kitchen. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right? Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs... Wait. They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. Yeah, some guy came through and was like really excited that I was playing this game and seemed really disappointed that I was like laughing at everything. What about door 3? Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door. There is a point. At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath. Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3. Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace. Very well, I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me? Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 7 and 1 is 8. We need to get through door 3, which means we would need... 8 plus what is 13? 5? So Santa, I think, needs to go too. Oh, 4 plus 1 plus 7. Gotcha, okay. I forgot Clover was coming too. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up. Damn, well I guess that's how it's gotta be, so I'm going with you, huh? Yes, you are. Alright, let's get moving. And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3. Okay, we're heading out. Be careful. Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus. Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door. Ah. The truth comes out. 7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red. Alright, off they go. Do we just like wait for them or... Okay, let's go. The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. That's because you all have the, like, collective cranial capacity of a goldfish, but, you know. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. Oh, please, by all means. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. We're about to get to a funny part. I thought they were all funny parts. Bree. They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei, open it if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. he twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. That, my friends, is a great example of a dangling participle, which is my grammatical pet peeve. Because it implies that Junpei, and not the door, was the one who clicked nice and sharply. I hate dangling participles. Anyway, alright, ready guys? Oh my god, stop asking permission to open doors. I'm gonna flip my fucking desk, and my desk is really heavy, so you know how irritated I am. If it's the part I'm thinking of, you'll laugh your ass off. Oh dear. Okay. Everyone brace yourselves, I might throw my headset. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean? Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here. Why are you asking me? This was Lotus's idea. What do you guys think? Of course there's a reason, or no idea? Joe, a dangling participle is that thing where, like, at the beginning, like what it said there, with a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. It makes it sound like with a nice sharp click is referring to Junpei and not the lock. So it's a poorly structured sentence. Does anyone give a shit what I answer here, or? I'm pretty sure, maybe I'm bullshitting. I thought that was what a dangling participle was. In any case, it's definitely something that pisses me off grammatically. Now I gotta look it up, hold on. A participle intended to modify a noun that is not actually present in the text. Am I not remembering correctly? Yeah. Nope, I was right. It is... When you dangle a participle, it means that your participial phrase is hanging there in your sentence with no proper subject in sight. They hate that as much as you hate it when a friend stands you up for lunch. Here's an example. Hiking the trail, the birds chirped loudly. The birds are the only subject in the sentence, and they directly follow the participial phrase. The participial phrase has to grab onto something, so it grabs the only subject, the birds. What that sentence says is the birds were hiking the trail, and that's probably not what I mean. So, anyway. Alright, no one said anything, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say no idea, because I have no idea, and this was all Lotus's idea anyway. You know, that's a good question. Junpei looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why? We're all drunk, Lotus. Junpei, you've got the solar system keys, don't you? He did. He pulled them out. The Saturn key card. Yeah, we went over this 2 minutes ago. Okay. And the Earth key. Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them. Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. God, we're all idiots. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. Well done. So, the 2 keys that Jumpy has should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck, huh? Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Hi, Alex. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright? Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd meet back near the staircase once they were done. This can't possibly go well. Is this the funny bit you were talking about, Bree? Of Junpei and June going down the elevator? Are they gonna make out in the elevator? Because that would make me laugh my ass off. If they decide to, like, make out for 10 minutes instead of exploring. Junpei and June headed for the elevator. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the left elevator. He lined up the Saturn key card and swiped it through the reader. I will get 2 answers. Pick the one that sounds ridiculous. Trust me. All right. He lined up the Saturn key card and swiped it through the reader. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great. Looks like it's working now. All right. Now how do I call the elevator? Yell its name really loudly. There was a single button to the right of the elevator door. On the button was the upside-down triangle, the universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. Okay. Elevator! Huzzah! It opened! What were you expecting? Look, Jumpy. June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet, it opened. Let's get going. He grinned at June and said, God, what possible reason could she have to have a tinge of anxiety in her voice, I wonder. He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait. What? I'm not ready. I just, oh gosh. She turned into Piglet. Oh dear, Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? I wonder! Imminent fucking death by drowning? June was probably afraid of... This one, pick the ridiculous answer. Junpei, get your head out of your pants, you fucking asshole. Oh my god. For context, for those who haven't seen me play this game before, every time Junpei has been anywhere near June, he thinks constantly of how... I mean, it's not exactly obvious, but he's clearly, like, trying to get in her pants. Also, they were childhood friends, but haven't seen each other in, like, 15 years or something. June, I feel sort of physically pained selecting this, to be... Oh, Gaily! I feel sort of physically pained selecting this, but June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. After a little
Junpei! Oh, Junpei! No, you're
fucking dumbass. No one in this game has any emotional sensitivity whatsoever. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy. Because boys have no impulse control, evidently. In a way, it was kind of cute. No! Okay, there are like 15 things wrong with this. No. Very demure. Make it stop. I can't. Yeah, that's true, Joe. In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. Although he got distracted for like 10 minutes thinking about the possibility. At least they didn't have to be. I'm gonna reach through the screen and punch him. I'm going to. Yell at him, tell him off, let him die. Exactly. I'm gonna close the game. I'm gonna leave you in the sinking ship, Junpei. This is fucking ridiculous. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come on, let's go. Oh, Junpei, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained. I said, wait a minute. Why? Aren't you afraid, Junpei? Afraid of what? I'm trying to yell at him, man. He doesn't seem to be listening. Afraid of what? Well, I've never, you know... Oh, God. Oh, God. She'd never been in an elevator.
I can't do this, you guys. I can't.
Help. She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before. Make it stop! Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. I'm... I can't. I had to go lie on the floor for a minute, you guys. This is... Alright. I can't do it. I can't. I can't handle this. I'm just waiting for the chat to respond, because... Oh, dear Lord Jesus. Okay. I might get wet. Okay. What? Help. Why is this happening? Why? Why? I can't. Down there, I get soaking wet. No. I know what you mean, June, but you're digging yourself a terrible hole. Oh, God. I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I don't... Help. I mean, I hope she punches you in the dick when she figures out what you're thinking, Junpei. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else. No, that's not true. I don't... Okay? You... okay. You don't mind? Mind Mind what? Getting wet. Oh, well, I don't... Make it stop! Please, God, make it stop. I don't know. I don't know. I think I probably, you know, like it. Gosh, Jumpy. You're so brave. I'm sure there are some guys who are like Jumpy, but none that I've met, to be honest. This is really horrible. Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know. This is fucking horrible. What happens, happens, right? I can't do this. I cannot get through this scene. I can't. I need to go lie down. What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you just gotta go for it. Oh my God, Stina. Stina. It's been horrible. She like... You sort of missed the great effect of it. Remind me and I'll link you to the YouTube video later, but basically we're going down the elevator and June got nervous and Junpei assumed it was because she was afraid of getting into an elevator with a boy, and then she pointed out that she will get wet. And he, of course, took that the wrong way. What do I need to do? What do you want me to highlight, Roan? Oh, make highlights. Yes, I should do that. I should start doing that. I don't know. I'll look into it, Roan. I should make you a mod, too. Anyone who comes regularly gets to be a mod, because y'all are awesome. Anyway. That's... No, God, that's what a man's supposed to do, I guess. No! Whoa, Junpei. You're so cool. So cool, Jumpy. Oh, mods can't highlight? Alright, I'll do that later. I really admire you. That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for. This game is not a sparkling example of gender dynamics. I'm really scared. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you... Make this stop! This is not the time for this! This is not... Junpei, even if that's what she meant, it's not the time for it. I need to lie down on the floor again. That's true, Tavi, yes. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before. Yes. So I don't think I'll...
No! No, 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 no.
Okay, this is officially going on too long, to be honest. I don't think I'll be able to last very long and then it'll be over. Oh my God. Oh my God, he's gonna hear that wrong and it's gonna be horrible. She's afraid to die, you fucking titwad. Oh, really? If you play a second time, they actually make out? Oh, Jesus. Over? Yes. I'll go to heaven.
No!
Okay. Heaven? Feels kind of like you're floating in space and your mind gets all fuzzy like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who've experienced it. No, 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 no. I want it to stop. I want this scene to be done, please. Sorry, my camera's like freaking out. How long can you make a highlight? Because this is going on for a long goddamn time. Yes, I've heard that too. Junpei, I'm gonna fucking punch you in the fucking face, you fucking imbecile. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys. What? Yes, it does! I'm pretty sure that what you're thinking, Junpei, I'm pretty sure happens to everyone. Although I could be, unless I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. What? Huh? But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? Make this stop! Please. It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into... Once it gets into your body, the same... the same thing happens to everyone. Well, I mean, usually it doesn't... Why? No, doesn't go inside the man. I'm having physical, like, difficulty getting through these lines. I mean, generally, as it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Help. Your body will force you. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually. Breathe. Whoa. Click the voice from the window, sorry. What are you What are you trying to do to me? I can't do this. Yeah, I don't really... Oh, she's talking about drowning, Tavi. She's afraid that she's gonna go down the... Like, that's what this whole conversation is about. She's afraid she's gonna go down the elevator and drown because they're stuck on a cruise ship that is sinking because a madman is making them do math puzzles. None of this has to do with sex. Junpei's just a fucking horn dog idiot. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Everything's alright. What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. I'm not gonna do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing. Make it stop! I'm so confused and unhappy. Oh god. How long can highlights be on Twitch? Because this scene is going on for fucking ever. Was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps... See, I don't understand what he's picturing. Because this is getting weird. Occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked. Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Oh. Help. Okay, perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years had he misunderstood life so gravely. The thought terrified him. Junpei! I'm gonna strangle you with my bare hands. Hey, Tally! Welcome to The World is Completely Melting Down Around Me. It's getting even weirder, Stina. Yes. Whatever Junpei is picturing is getting weirder and weirder and weirder. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. Yeah, same, Shiloh. I have no idea. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually you'd have to breathe and then the water would get into your lungs. Oh, thank God we're out of the innuendo. Finally! Oh God, Tally, we just had a scene that was at least 5 minutes of lost in translation innuendo because the main character of this game is a fucking idiot. I had to go lie down on the floor for a while. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore. And you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Duh. Oh. Finally, Junpei understood. Junpei's a fucking son of a bitch. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared. Gee, Junpei, I can't fucking imagine why she would be scared right now, and it has nothing to do with you and your massive, terrifying dick. Yeah, you're right, you wouldn't last very long. See? She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. Fucking dipshit. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. I hate this game. This game is written for children and thematically suited for no one. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower deck. Okay, we established this 10 minutes ago. Thank you. And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. Okay. If it turns out that they just turn around and walk away because he only just now realized that the down button was gonna take them down, I'm gonna flip the table. I'm gonna do it. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. He was, it's true. Bree is totally right. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? Unlike June, hey-oh. The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Junpei put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Also, they were supposed to reconnoiter with Santa and Lotus in 10 minutes. And I'm pretty sure we've spent all 10 minutes having a fucking stupid innuendo conversation that didn't have to happen. Anyway, Door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Okay. A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to June and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. The door slid open, and just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. Now you want to have sex with me, right, June? Because I'm so intelligent. June, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E-deck be safe if the D-deck is full of water? See, that's a logical question. That's a logical question, because the ship is sinking. I just want to punch everyone in this game. Can I do that? Is there a mod that lets me just punch everyone in the face? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E-deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. With my massive male brain. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. Okay. I see. Why? Why does that explain anything? That's a fucking horribly... Okay. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it from all filling with water? Junpei is definitely mansplaining, yes. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. So I'm gonna go down and check it out. Stay here, alright? But come on, just do it, alright? He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, when suddenly... I'm coming with you! Atta girl, June. Don't let him treat you like a delicate flower. Huh? At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut, he and June were in the elevator, and it was headed down to E-deck. Dun-dun-dun. Da-da-da. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E-deck. The elevator stopped and the doors slid open. And they were flooded with water and died. No, we would not be so lucky. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going about their fishy... No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. No water at all, in fact. There was, however, a blowfish. What? Or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out. Wow, that's awful. June's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Mmm. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, then... Ha! Exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. You're right, I wasn't intensely frowning. I was trying not to laugh. So she was like... You're right, it's not flooded at all. Well, fucking spotted. See? Yes, you're such a genius, Junpei. But there's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's going to happen if the ceiling breaks? Well, then we're fucked, aren't we? Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, we'd probably get really wet up there. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Yeah, because you wasted your whole 10 minutes having a fucking asinine conversation. Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go over there. Exactly. Right. Then perhaps, in the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of him. That door at the end of the hallway, there's something written on it. It's a 6! It's a 6. Why do we have to have a dramatic build-up? It's a 6. You can just say... You don't need to go look at it. You can see. It says 6. Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Extraneous detail! Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. Hey, Sarah. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. Does Junpei die in the good ending? I hope so. I knew it. This is a numbered door. And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back. Yes! Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck. Good freaking lord. On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E-Deck. Huh. So you guys found door 1. They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who'd explain what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. Thank you, game, for summarizing that. I couldn't have figured that out on my own. It is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6 door was there, right? Yes. And that means Zero planned all this out, even the sink- Yes! Was that under debate that Zero had planned the sinking? Honestly, not much has happened since last time, Sarah. We just spent like an hour having a fucking weird conversation in which Junpei thought June wanted to bang, but she was afraid of actually talking about how she was afraid of dying. Other than that, not really all that much, to be honest. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost. It would have been a ton, that's for sure. While that does go along with what Ace was saying, the most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, June, Junpei, and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Kaylee. Just kidding. Alright, let's go. Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. Oh my god. That was emotionally draining. Honestly, like, it's all just been really weird. And pretty much the same. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room. Hey! Where the hell did you guys go? It was 7. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. Strange? 7 had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7. What happened? What the hell kind of a question is that? 7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained. Snake is... 7 couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke. He spoke twice in 2 sentences. Snake is dead. He died, just as the 9th man did. For those of you who weren't here, the 9th man exploded. So, yeah. Ah! It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. Yep, pretty much. And, the main character being an idiot, no one having any sense of self-preservation instinct, and terrible innuendo. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god, that's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should... They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door. Wait, not that way. They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number. I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way. Where is he? Why do we have to go in and look? I don't want to see that. We don't need to see that. Why can't we take your word for it, for fuck's sake? The shower room. Oh, great. On the left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there, too, to keep the door open. We can get in without going through the numbered door, right? Yeah, that's right. Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Why? Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. It hadn't been open when they'd been through before. But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside. Ugh, it smells horrible. Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut. Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke. It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. This is horribly uncomfortable. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. Ew. Okay. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. Ugh. Are those letters on the wall? They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching towards them as they walked in through the door. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say Japan, based on the art style, but I don't know for sure. All they had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. June, you should stay here. But, please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put a hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned and walked toward the end of the divider. No, but Clover saw it before, Tavi. She went with 7 and Ace earlier. I don't want to see it. Please don't give me a drawing. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands in the divider and peered around the corner. I don't want to look at it. Please don't make me look at it. If you make me look at it, I'm going to flip the table. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton. What is it with all the fucking terrible metaphors all of a sudden? And time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. See, this is why I'm so confused about this game. To be fair, Sarah, he let Lotus look at it. He just didn't want his girlfriend to look at it. This is what I don't understand about this game. Like, the writing is so juvenile, and the way the puzzles are structured is clearly, like, thinking that we're idiots. But then we have scenes like this. It's like, who is this game intended for? Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Why? Why is this happening to me? What did I do to deserve this? Alright. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become why are we having like a 3-screen description of this? Smaller chunks of meat had been splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Oops. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall even as they dried to it. What the fuck? Just like Ace said, Santa's voice was strange. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. I'm really uncomfortable right now, you guys. Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. Wow, you think? His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. Now we're in anatomy textbook. Okay. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had... Why are we still talking about this? This is... Okay. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. Why all the food metaphors? Why the food metaphors? Why? Why? His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that, it's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard a catch in her throat. Can we leave now? Thank you. Okay. Whew. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded... Curl? Why? Why? What does that metaphor even mean? The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. I could think of, like, a bunch of words you could use there, but curl is not one of them. I don't want my teeth to curl. What the fuck? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I don't understand. Everyone who wrote this game was high. Like, I'm absolutely certain of it. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. That's entirely possible, actually. That's true. There might be a translation issue here, which... there is that. But still, that doesn't exactly excuse it. It just means they had a bad translator. Okay. Also, hi, Cat. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. I'm guessing he's talking about Clover, but maybe not. Yes. Poor See, that's what, yeah, exactly. That's what Bree and I were looking at. We were like, all the reviews were good, and it's like, I don't know why. They can't possibly have played the same game, because, I don't know, man. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank, and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. Yeah, no, that's true. There's definitely probably a translation issue at work here. But just because it's bad translation instead of bad writing doesn't mean it's not still bad. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven: Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued. It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. With a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Detonator's only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Admittedly, this is good because some people in the audience don't know how the mechanism works, but as someone who's played the whole game so far, you don't need to re-explain this to me. And then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened. Yes, thank you for the visual again. I see. So that's what you meant by killers. You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? When we all split up to look for the parts for the reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. The red is the mechanism that they have to go through to enter the door, and then the dead is the one that they have to authenticate with to keep their bombs from exploding. And that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned looking for those parts. Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? June seemed shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually? Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers. Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? Couldn't it be associates of Zero as well? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know. What, Zero wants? Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and a loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory. Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other. Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Yeah, okay. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. Because everyone's been so, like, forthright and comfortable with each other up to this point. Joe thinks Ace is in on this. I'm sort of almost inclined to agree. Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake? Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Alright, what's the vote, guys? Was Zero still on the ship with them? Not getting any response from the chat. I'm gonna go with Junpei wasn't sure because from a role-playing perspective, Junpei's a fucking idiot, so Junpei wasn't sure. Junpei doesn't know shit, exactly. He wasn't sure. Yeah, that's pretty true, Drak. He wasn't sure. Hey, I'm just wondering about one thing. And what's that? How can you be so sure that Zero's on this ship? Ace's eyebrows shot up. Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're No, he's not! Where the fuck did you get that impression? Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious? Obvious? How so? This ship. Huh? Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us. And now it's gonna replay all of the fucking conversations that we had with Zero earlier. Okay. I am Zero, the captain of this ship. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink. If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying that ship or the ship. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ace's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Yeah, well. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. If Zero's on the ship, where is he? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise, and moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. Oh shit. Oh, it's you. It was Clover. I thought you were here. How are you entering again? Where were you? I'm confused. And troubled. I'm not troubling, I hope. But I am troubled. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. But we were all in the... Wait. They were all in the stairwell when Zero was talking to them. I think. Dun dun dun! Every human body in the room froze, as opposed to the non-human ones. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. Why?! We were just going off of what Zero's announcement said, and they were all in the room when Zero was making that announcement, so why are we suddenly accepting this as truth? I hope it's Clover. Maybe it is Clover. That would be funny. Junpei said... What do you guys think? Place your vote in the chat if you care. I'm so pleased with this new headset. It like has glowing lights on it. It looks really spiffy. I'm pleased about this. Wasn't the announcement? Oh, maybe the yeah, maybe. Maybe the announcement was a recording. Also, hello, Sfane B. I don't think I've seen you here before. Thank you for coming. Welcome to the complete hilarity and everything totally melting down. I have one vote for crazy, one vote for possible. I'm gonna go with crazy because Bree said it first. That's crazy! Ah, sorry. Tabbed away from the window. Isn't this ship going to sink in a few hours? Excuse me. If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? Or she. Could be a she. Junpei. It's June. I bet it's June. And we'll have to, like, stab her. And then Junpei will cry and be sad that he never had sex with her before he stabbed her. There's no motive. Clover looked up at Junpei and her face fell. You don't believe me. Don't give me the puppy eyes! None of us knows what's going on, including you. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he'd said it had been. Yeah, well, the way you say a lot of things is wrong, Junpei. He'd been too insensitive. Clover had just lost her brother, with his guts plastered all over the wall like, what was it, like spaghetti. And other food metaphors. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. Why do we have to keep coming back to this? It's not pleasant for anyone. What Clover had felt he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. And now we're into... okay. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps he thought I should apologize. But before that apology could begin... Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us. Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? I don't trust any of y'all assholes, so, you know, there's that. Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then in that horrible silence... Hey! Another hour has passed. They heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. And all's well. That means we have 3 hours left. Then we need to move, now. 7, Clover. I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another. Don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else very far away. We must go. We have very little time left. Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. Getting the fuck off this planet. It sat, bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen between the 2 elevators. Mercury card reader. Since when do we have that one? Where did we get it? Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. 7 had given him the card. I found it when we were checking out the shower room. At least that's what he'd said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. Is it buffering? Why did this music suddenly get really perky? The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. The reasoning being that they had been to E-Deck before and no one else had. As before, Junpei sent the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as when it had left. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. Okay. Wonder how much longer this game is. I'd like to finish it tonight. Bree, do you know, or Maxie, do you know how far I am from the end? There were only 2 floor buttons they could push. The C and bottom buttons. Bottom, heyo. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. Heyo. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw... Why did they step off in 2 different sentences? I'm frustrated. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end, a special dead end. There were actual dead people in it. The game is about 20 or 25 hours long if you do all endings. I should do all endings. Maybe. I know I'm locked into a bad ending now. I might play the other endings. I'm not sure I'll stream the whole game again to get the other endings, but I'll probably play the other endings at some point. This is a numbered door. This is the 8th one we found. I don't need a full recap. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. There were 3 more numbered doors in the large hospital room, doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on A deck. There was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1, and now door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There was only one thing it meant. That they had found all the doors except 9. Do you think the next door we find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Dun dun dun. Thank you for explaining everything to me, game. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. Because Junpei has no emotional moderation whatsoever. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Alright, let's open these up. The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were 7 of them, all told. They were written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a code name and a door. Why had they decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed the voting system, and he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Someone tell Joe and Lee that I'm sorry Twitch is being a butt. I'm up to 15 viewers. This is the most I've had in a long time. Thank you all for coming. Y'all are fantastic. I'm sending you hugs. First one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, I really wouldn't. I really don't give a shit, Ace. I'll be completely honest. No, we don't have the time for that. Sorry. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you. Let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yeah, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2. Eh? Wait a minute. There's no way I'm going anywhere with the elephant man. Why is everyone such a dick in this game? No. There'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that. But just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma. Damn. I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes. Yeah, barely. Barely. So, last I checked, that's not a crime. Maybe what about... Why are we going down this path now? What door... You know, I'll be honest, I have no idea. The last time I streamed this was a long time ago. Someone in the chat might know. Maybe, but what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin. My god! Straight for the jugular. Holy shit. Okay. You know, Lotus, that's how I've been feeling for this entire game. I'm going to kill you. Oh, I'm glad someone's getting punched. Oh my god. Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her. Junpei! Read the rest! Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes. I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it. All of the papers save Junpei's have been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. People who requested door 1, Ace, and Clover. Are we gonna have to do math to figure out... I bet we're gonna have to do... math to figure out how we can get... how we can be with June. I'm guessing that's where this is going. This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. People who requested door 2, 7, and Lotus. This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. People who requested door 6, Santa and June. This was the door on E deck and could be reached, by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through... Okay, I'm guessing... I don't know why it wants me to pick. I'm not sure what it's trying to get me to accomplish here. I assume it would want us to go... through the door that would allow us to stay with June. But that'll be the same regardless of the voting. So I'd... Okay. I think. Alright, so who did we have again? I should have been writing this down. Alright, I have to... Yes, sure, I'll take votes in the chat. I feel like this is a math puzzle, but I don't know what I'm supposed to calculate, so... One of the people who clearly actually knows this game says 1 or 6. Bree says 1. Anyone else want to place a vote? My camera's doing weird shit again, because I keep smacking the desk. There we go. Alright, we'll go with 1. Sure. My choice is door 1. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted. How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier. Let me see that. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. Ah, you tricksy fuck. He had prepared 3 pieces of paper for doors 1, 2, and 6, and put the paper with door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. He put the paper that said door 1 in his left hand and the paper that read door 2 in his right. When the drawing began, he saw to it that he drew last. The rest was easy. Oh, I see. So we just decided which bad ending we got. Okay. The rest was easy. If he wanted to go into door 1, he'd use his left hand and his right hand if he wanted door 2. Of course, if he wanted door 6, that would be simple. All he needed to do was switch nothing and say 6 had been what he wanted all along. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. Humph, you got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated. Very well, we've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself. Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams. June and I want door 6. Lotus and I want door 2. That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Fine. 7 will go through door 6. 3 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Good fucking lord, sir. Good lord, sir. Alright. Right, June? Well, June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not. That pig. You just wait and see. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Oh my god. Okay, so I guess we're getting close to the end then. So that's good. We can probably finish this tonight. Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself. Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much. After all, he knew he would see her again. Until we find that 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Thank you for giving us that quote twice in less than an hour. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed towards A deck. They took out the earth key and opened the door to the left. It opened and they walked through. It was just as Santa and Lotus had said. At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red one upon it, a numbered door. To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red. Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned towards the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever. He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Shall I pull it? Yeah, anytime. Clover said nothing. She nodded, little more than a lethargic twitch of the head. Very well then, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Alright, off we go. Time to go find the dead before we all explode. The door opened. They stumbled into the room. Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died. There it is, over there. That was easy. Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it. Woo! We survived. That was easy. It stopped. Yes, it did. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast. It was the third time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to go accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly. There was another door, different from the one they'd entered through. He took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open. So, this is the wheelhouse. He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door. Very well. Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something. Okay, I will. Alright then. Let's get started. What are you gonna do? You gonna just take a break? Find a way out. Seek a way out, sorry. Okay. So, he said they're all in charge of this, but clearly we're gonna do it anyway, so, alright. Hey, it's another map. Stack of nautical charts. Okay. There's nothing left in the drawer. Yes, I know. Thank you. There we go. Alright, so that's done. A light. It looks kind of like a wilted flower. Okay. Another chart. He'll sit there with his thumb up his ass. Yep. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. Okay. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's a match to the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines, and each one has a word next to it. That's probably the speed. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. Nautical table. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. I don't know what dead means. That's troubling. Okay. Oh, shit. I don't think I need to spend any more time with this map. Okay, no, I know, I'm sorry. Alright, so we did that. What about the desk? Hey, it's a pocket watch. That's a pocket watch. Thank you. She sure hasn't been saying much. And she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. Yeah, I wonder why her brother exploded. Alright, voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch. Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? Why was that a voice he hadn't expected? There's only 2 other people here. He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch. Hey man, what are you doing over in this room? Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the 2 of you. Is there a problem? Does this choice make any difference? Anyone care? Give it a few minutes for the chat to catch up and see if anyone cares particularly. Alright, no one's answering. I'm gonna go with... Not a problem, but... It was a lie. All Junpei wanted was to get rid of Ace. He'd sent Ace to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. There was something he meant to ask Clover, and he meant to ask her in private. There was something he wanted to ask Clover, and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask it. That's what the last sentence said. Fuck you. Ah. He also knew that Clover would likely remain silent if there were anyone else around while he asked. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see, of course. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. What? Okay. That was a bit weird. Phew! Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She'd heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution. What was that about? I'm a little troubled myself, to be honest. She was clearly suspicious, and with good reason. Junpei's eyes widened and he held up his hands in a gesture of innocence. Oh, no, it's not like that. She's like 12. Good lord, Ace, you fucking dirty old man. This is weird. Okay. What's it like, then? I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now. What story? About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room. You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago. Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke it was barely audible. I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. Why does Ace ship Captain Dickweed and Clover? I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? Okay. You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're going to pay for it, I promise. So... Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry. Junpei? Who do you think did it? Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped. Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people. You're right. So what does that mean? Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who and who? You mean it could have been 4 people? Well, technically it's possible. I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely. Why? I'll tell you later. Blame the cougar, oh my god. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now? Okay, got it. Let's do that then. Good night, Gailey, thank you for coming. Then who do you think it could be? Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. It's gonna explain the math puzzle to me again. God damn it. Which two bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? Okay, we can do this. It'll be multiple choice. Would it be Ace and Santa, Ace and June? Alright, let's see. Santa's 5. No. June's 5. Santa's 4? No, sorry. Junpei is 5. June is 6. Santa's 4. I think. I can't remember. No, Clover's 4. What? Okay. Santa's 5, June. Hang on. Bracelets. Zero escape wiki. Okay, here we go. Ace is 1, Snake is 2, Santa is 3, Clover is 4, Junpei is 5, June is 6. Evidently her last name is Field. Cloverfield. June is 6, 7 is 7, Lotus is 8, and 9 is dead. Okay. So, which two bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? Ace and Santa would be 4 and 2 is 6, so no. Ace and June would be 1 and 6, which is 7, plus 2 is 9, so that's not it. Ace and 7 would be 8 and 2 is 10, which is 1, so that's not it. Ace and Lotus would be 1 and 8, which is 9. Plus 2 is 11, which is 2, so no. Santa and June is 3 and 6, which is 9, 2 is 11. Santa and 7 is 3 and 7, which is 10, plus 2 is 12, which has a digital root of 3. Okay, someone remember, Santa and 7. I want to check the other ones, but I think Santa and 7 is the only one that matches up. Santa and Lotus would be 3 and 8, which is 11, plus 2 is 13, which is 4. June and 7 is 6 and 7, which is 13, plus 2 is 15, which is 6. June and Lotus would be 6 and 8, which is 14, plus 2 is 16, which is 7. And 7 and Lotus would be 15 plus 2 is 17, which is 8. So yeah, Santa and 7. Ka-chow. Would it be Santa and 7? 2 plus 3 plus 7 is 12, plus 1 plus 2 is 3. 3! Could it be? Were Santa and 7 the killers? I'm pretty sure it's probably 0 and his minions, but okay. What's wrong? Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it. He told her his conclusions. That's what I thought. She looked less surprised than he'd expected. Yeah, because she can do basic math too, buddy. Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works. Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities. Well, what other possibilities? He didn't have any- Yes, okay. If Zero's on the ship, he could totally have buddies with him. Like, this isn't a strange idea. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke. Are you saying you think it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely. Why? Can I borrow your pen and paper? Clover put her hand out expectantly. Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. Yes, okay, thank you. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get- Why are you repeating the same thing that's on the image? I hate you. What's this? These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones. I see. Junpei. Yeah? I can trust you, right? Of course. Why would you need to ask that? Really? Yeah. So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right? Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too, the ones with 4. So what does that leave? A and E. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8. Wait, it can't be A. Why not? Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that. You haven't known her since you were 5. You don't know what- she could be a psychopath for all you know. Just because she's hot. Are you sure? I'd bet my life on it. Okay then I can cross off A too, right? Yeah. Well, what have we got left? E. 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8. So that's Ace, Santa, 7, and Lotus. Which is basically everyone else. Do you know what this means? Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together. Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right? Well, you do have a point. And besides, if Ace and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them, but they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were the killers, why wouldn't they? Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corner of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she'd been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. Yeah, really. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten. Ah, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, well, that does make sense. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people. Yeah. Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and 7. That's how it looks. But why would they do it? There was a moment of silence. I think I know. What is it? He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. Go away, Ace. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke.
Stop it! She's 12 or something. Oh.
This game is so fucking weird. What do you want? There was something I wanted to speak to you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? If you don't give him the birds and the bees talk now, for God's sake. He turned on his heel and walked back toward the wheeled house. Good night, Stina. Thank you for coming. Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace. What'd you want to talk about? Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile. There was something I wanted to check. Yeah, what's that? If you'll excuse me. With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Hey! What the hell are you doing? He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. In the older man's hand were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you? When we voted. Ah, well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief. When? Why did you... Oh, simply curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it. Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. You know, he should have been a dick. Lee. Okay, alright, I guess we're gonna start looking around. There's another room on the other side of the window. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. Okay. A compass. It appears to be broken, however. I thought you left. Go away, Ace. You see, the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. Broken compass. Doesn't look like it'll be very useful. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside of them. A desk. Anything in the drawers? Nope. It looks like this is the only exit. Okay, this is the room that Clover's in, right? We looked in here already. This is a pretty empty desk. My brother's desk looked a lot like this, because he couldn't see, he never put stuff on it that he didn't need. Damn, that's... what am I supposed to say to that? Poor kid. Okay, I think... Shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh. Ship's log, huh? New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. Ship's log. Okay. Is that it? Is it just its... Oh, wait. Ship's log is found in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time and are now heading due north. Soon we dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. Which we saw in the map, right? Due east, north, stop in the United Kingdom. I don't really know what we're supposed to do with that information, though. It's a wooden box. Maybe a case for letters? Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. Stop trying to make conversation, Junpei. No one cares. I guess she doesn't really feel like talking. She's not really paying attention to anything, is she? Her mind must be somewhere else. Gee, I wonder. That's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. A chair. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. We looked in here already, right? Yeah. There's nothing left in the drawer. Okay. It's pretty. Okay, I think I've looked at everything. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do now. What is this? Some kind of display? It looks a little like an electronic scoreboard. I imagine it was added recently. Okay. Oh, what's this on this door? Lock. Oh, hey, check it. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Huh? This shape, maybe. It does look like the pocket watch would fit here. Nothing. I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. Okay. You have my attention. Mechanical pocket watch with a spring. Doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes, 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Okay. Turning the knob does nothing. Yeah, it's probably broken. Looks as though you could move the hands, however. Okay. Can I? How do I move them? How? What do you want from me, game? Broken pocket watch. I can only move the hands manually. The knob doesn't work. How? I'm trying to move them. It's not... Am I supposed to be able to do something here? I'm not really sure. Okay. Clearly we have to set the clock to something particular, but I don't know what. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, this is a different angle. An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship, like the gear shift in a car. Well, it's a little different. This device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on. Huh? There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. It looks as though it was deliberately removed. Okay, so I'm guessing we have to get the handle and then set this to... It said we're en route from this turn to the UK, right? Because they turned north in the ship's log, I think. We turned southwest, steer on the continent, proceeded northwest, we made port, then changed east, and are heading north. So we'd want to be... Sorry. Dead. That's what it says. Yes, that is what it says. Congratulations. Okay, so let's keep looking around. A human hammer. They're often used to subdue large men like Seven. What? That was a joke, of course. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Ace, you really kind of suck at making jokes. That was rather cruel. You're no better, Junpei, so... Steering wheel. Let's see if it... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So it would seem. I noticed something else as well. What's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship, it's moving. Ha! Tricked you, didn't I? Stop being a dick. Ace. The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. I would think we want to point it north, right? Because that's where it said the ship was going. I don't know what I'm trying to do here, really. Did that accomplish anything? Steering wheel, steering wheel. If we move it, then the direction changes. I swear I saw something that had directions on it. Yes, I know that, but what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to go through the whole... Maybe if I enter directions in that, or... Okay, so we have to go through the whole sequence then? I guess? Okay, hold on a second. I know nothing's happening. Calm down, Ace. I need to look at my paperwork first. Perhaps something with the points of a compass on it. Bite me. I know what I'm doing. I just need to look at it again. Okay, so we need to go south. We need to go south at full speed first. And I'm guessing we need the handle for that thing as well, so we can set the speed correctly. But we'll get that in a second. Hold on. That's weird. Why isn't anything happening? Junpei, you aren't hiding anything, are you? Have you already found something with directions on it? Something with directions? Does he mean something with compass points on it? If that is what he means, then maybe it would show the order that I know! But what does it want from me? So, the order I'm supposed to enter this stuff in. Right, but we have to set the speed as well, right? There's a circular hole cut into this board. There's a metal plate bolted over the window. Okay. Compass looks like it's connected to the helm. No. Oh, thanks, Bree. Got the picture of the map, which is good, so I won't have to look it up. Yeah, it's basically, yeah, giant combination lock, but I feel like we're missing something here, because we need to set the speed as well. But we need a handle first for the... I bet the handle's in there, so we have to figure something out about the watch first. Does this have anything about time? No. Yeah, I know. I'm really kind of confused, to be honest. Junpei, are you trying to open that door? Forget it, it's pointless. I tried it earlier, it won't open. Alright, I'm open to suggestions if anybody has one. I feel like I'm supposed to do something with the watch, but I don't know what. I know I'm close to the end, I don't want to stop now, I'm probably gonna keep going until 1. Because I do want to finish this tonight. Hopefully, people don't mind staying a little longer. Fuck. Broken pocket watch. I can only move the hands manually. The knob doesn't work. I'm very confused, you guys. It's the only item I have, right? No, arrival board like at an airport. There's nothing on it right now, though. What would be the point of moving it? The ship stopped. What would be the use of steering it? Yeah, I know, still. There's another room on the other side of the window. That's what I was doing. Does it... I mean, I put it on south, which was the first step, and I was waiting to see if there was something... if something would happen, but I guess we could put in all of them. Okay, alright, we'll do that. So south, then west. South, and then a right turn west. And then a left turn southwest. And then a right turn northwest. And then a right turn east. And then a left turn north. Hey! Alright. Excellent. I was sure there was going to be a speed involved, but I guess not. The handle came off. Ha! Stooping so low. Are you 0? Alright, we got the handle. Sweet. Handle that came off the steering wheel. A handle. Yes. Please don't explain it to me. I know what I need to do. Not what... No, stop. Alright, we're gonna come over here. Put the handle on. So, I hope this handle fits. Sweet. Yes, it fits. Alright. Excellent. That should allow us to operate the engine, order, telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so we're gonna do the speeds in order now. Brie. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna go full. Somehow. And then half. Slow. Full. Half. Dead slow. Stop. Yay! Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look. Something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. Alright. We did it. Where are we going? Wait, not here, sorry. There's another room on the other side of the window. Yes, I know. I can't remember how to get there. Oh, wait, there we go. No, wait, what? This room is just like the other one. Metal plates bolted over the windows. Heck, not just bolted, it looks like they've been welded on. No way in hell are we gonna get those off anytime soon. What were you talking about? The back wall of the wheelhouse. The helm. It won't move. Yeah, I know it won't. What are you smoking, boyo? What changed? It's a wooden board with a circular hole in it. What are you... What? I'm so confused. What are you talking about? This game is drunk. Oh, wait. Sorry, hold on. There's something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board. There are a whole bunch of words on the left side of the display. What the hell is this? They're names of ports across the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see in an airport. Departing, XX carrier, XX... Yeah, okay, thank you. Like this. Oh, I get it. Yeah, it does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. Or route. It looks like only one of those has a time on it, though. Time on the last line, right? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time. Okay. I bet we have to do that with the watch then. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. What a bizarrely specific arrival time. Broken pocket watch. I can only move the hands manually. The knob doesn't work. I know I'm trying to do that. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Fuck you! Why can't I move this thing? I might have to look this up and see if I'm doing something wrong, because I don't know what it wants me to do. Because that sure doesn't look like something that could be manipulated. Fucking hell. Junpei, come on, buddy. Hold on a second. Game facts to the rescue. Try putting it in the door and then changing the time. I don't think that'll work because it put it in backwards before. I know that I'm supposed to put the pocket watch in this hole, but yeah, I know I need to change the time first. Okay. Ooh, spoiler-free walkthrough. Good. Pocket watch. Examine the arrival board with the pocket watch in hand. I did! Oh, okay. I need to have the pocket watch up. I don't think I did when we were looking at this. A digital scoreboard or something like that. On the left side, it's got the names of the ports the ship will stop at along its route. The last line says 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. That must be the estimated time of arrival at the final port. Oh, perhaps. Whoa, what's he doing? Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, he just took my pocket watch. Hey. What the hell are you doing? Just trust me. Okay, so once again, the game is solving the puzzle for me. Alright. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands. 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. Fuck this game, man. I fucking refuse to accept that it needs to give me the answers to all these puzzles. I know. Okay, alright, here we go. Ka-chow. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Actually, it's shaped just like this pocket watch I've got. Let's try putting this in there. Sweet! Yes, it says open now. Awesome. Good work. It seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover! What? Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room. Oh, well, let's go then. Clover. Okay, she's not thrilled about it. That's okay. We're gonna leave anyway. Okay. We found it! High five to everyone in the chat. Let me get a hell yeah. Alright, the space they found themselves in outside the wheelhouse was far too narrow to be called a hallway. Whoops. On their left was a wooden door. Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond. It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment. Most of them were things they'd never seen before. They had no idea what they might have been for, let alone how to operate them. That's a telegraph, I'm pretty sure. One smaller machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. That's a telegraph. Ace seemed to recognize it. Ah yes, a telegraph key. See? These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago. He turned and slowly took in the room. I bet we're gonna have a Morse code puzzle now. He turned and slowly took in the room. This must be the communication office. Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door. A metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, Captain's Quarters. Good night, Maxie. Thank you for coming. The captain's quarters? That's what it says. Then, do you think... I am Zero, the captain of this ship. Guys, we're gonna meet Zero? Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected. Well, we won't know if we don't open it. She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw... oh shit. Was a man on the floor, covered in blood. Ah! Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist. This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was he saw, whatever happened to him was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match. That's the spirit, Junpei. A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid. Then he realized they had yet to check the man's pulse. Perhaps he was still alive. Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. His fingers on the man's neck felt no pulse. Oh, he's got a bracelet! His pupils had dilated and he wasn't breathing. Dude, what is up with his eyes? Jesus Christ. Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest. Junpei did not have to wonder long at what could have made such a wound. Ugh! For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright wet red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood. A captain? Did that mean that this man was Zero? On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was... 0. Oh shit, you guys. It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it a joke. Okay. Let's seek a way out, then. Captain's quarters. Is that a camera? It is. It's a video camera. A camcorder? Looks like it's pointed at the door. Well, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? See who came in? I think this kind of camera records to a hard drive, but it doesn't look like this one's recording anything. What do you mean? It's just sending whatever it sees to something. What does it see? The door. Alright, what about this? Keypad. It's a little rectangular hole. I think it's a keyhole of some sort. With the right key, I should be able to unlock it. No dice. It doesn't matter what I push on here, it's not working. I don't think the power is on. Alright. Camera's pointing at the exit. Let's see if shaking you gets us anywhere. No dice. Okay. Chair with blood on it. There's blood on the chair. Do you think this was the dead guys? Yeah, probably. Music box. Can I play it? Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up? That's pretty jammin'. Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone's put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you? Yes, that's exactly what we need to do right at this moment, is take apart a music box. It's a lamp, but it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it. Small table. Okay. About the bed. A bed! There's nothing in it. Okay. TVs? I bet this is where the camera's transmitting to, maybe. This one shows the central staircase on C deck. This screen shows the big hospital room. There's just some random hallway on this one. I don't recognize the room on this one. Sturdy desk. The room on this screen looks really fancy. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. This screen showing what's happening at the central staircase on B deck. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens. Do you know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. Yeah, that's a great idea. Whoa! Well, I guess it doesn't change the... Eep! What the hell is this? Junpei snorted with grim humor. Alright, have a good night, Roan. Thank you for coming. Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time since he'd come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each spelling out 0. Junpei felt as though he was being mocked. The real villain was somewhere laughing at him. What do you think? He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Her voice was almost too low to hear. Nothing. It seemed that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse. What about him? Do you think that's really 0? Clover shook her head weakly. There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? 0's one of us. Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be 0. Don't you get it? The letters that spell 0 on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course the bracelet with the 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, look, this is 0 right here. This dead body is 0. Doesn't that seem kind of funny to you? You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that. No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work. Which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was 0, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything 0 is supposed to be, just like we did. Oh my god, this is fucking circular reasoning. So killer must have known we wouldn't think he was 0 and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why? Why? Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers. This isn't 0. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles. Look, here I am. What's wrong, guys? Come on, catch me if you can. That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish. Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me. This isn't really a new development. This has been a game for them from the beginning. Junpei bent down next to the corpse. This picture is really freaking me out, also. Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man? I don't know. And what's this guy's deal? Who is he? How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you. You have no idea who he is? Why would I? Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought. Excuse me, sorry. We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover. What? We've got to flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets? Clover didn't move. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. He grabbed hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist. The bracelet was 0 on the face. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Junpei stared at the bracelet. This man, he's dead. Of course he's dead! Is that a surprise? We knew he was dead when there was a giant puddle of blood around him. Huh? No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. Fucking idiot, Junpei. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead. Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead. Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. He looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though, you know? Yeah, way to remind her that her brother turned into a giant confetti storm. I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. Junpei, you are the most insensitive prick. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Punch him. Punch him! Dying from a bomb going off inside you, I mean, that's just... Junpei! Junpei, you're fucking awful. Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. Stop! Stop! Suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. Oh, God. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. but it was already too late. You're a fucking titwad, asshole. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously. What did you just say? Her words sounded cold. Exactly, Bree. Jesus. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean, no! That's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm? Arm? Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you? Well, yeah, I did, but, I mean, didn't you see it too? Of course not. I could barely look at him. Clover took a quick, deep breath. Are you sure it was his left arm? Junpei thought back. We gotta look at the picture again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And he had a broken bone, right? What the hell are you getting at here? Just shut up and answer me. She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed. Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Suddenly she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do. Thank you. It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear. Junpei had no idea what had just happened. Is it something to do with the fact that he wasn't... Something to do with the bracelet? He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there confused. Thank you, Junpei. She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Aww. I'm guessing that it's something about that he wasn't wearing the bracelet, so it wasn't actually him, or something like that. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms. Hi, his arms are surprised. Okay. What's going on with you? I'm sorry, it's just, I'm so happy. Why? The body in the shower room. It isn't his, it isn't my brother. Huh? It's not Snake. Why on earth would you think that? Because his left arm is... She stopped herself. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't be talking about this. Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Does he have a fake left arm or something like that, maybe? That's weird. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart. He's still alive. I'm so happy. Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. This is gonna make Ace ship this even harder. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight. Junpei, you were right. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover. I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable, but because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me, Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward. Thank you so much, Junpei. She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room. If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa. Santa? Why? Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too. Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei. Huh? He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace around the room. This game is so weird. Clover began to pace around the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 to the left, and then she stopped. Did Santa really tell you those things? Her eyes were serious but not angry. Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong? Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news, I think. You think? Santa knew about the words in the clover. The only people who should know about that are some of the other subjects. Subjects? The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago with my brother and me. What? What? Dun dun dun. But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group, so neither of us would be able to recognize The faces of the people who were on this boat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Time out. Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start at 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out. Clover nodded. Alright, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago? Oh god, here we go. Do you know about morphogenetic fields? He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine. Yeah, we talked about this at one point previously, right? This was the, like, Ice 9 thing and things communicating at a distance and... Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Oh, that's right, Lotus was, like, rambling about this shit. Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded. See, now, this is a time when I would be glad to have it remind me of what we talked about, but of course now it's not going to give me anything. Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar. So they were testing telepathy on this ship? Yeah, I guess so. So, what what exactly did they have you guys do? The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing. What? The nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started. Junpei grabbed the sides of his head. The fuck? I'm so confused. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What did the nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada? The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem and then the answer just kind of pops into your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy. So you're saying the nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger. Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger, it had to be life and death. And someone did actually die, a girl. Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair in his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeezed, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone. She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada, so I never met her, but I did hear her name. Why did none of this get brought up before? You would think they would have mentioned this. Her name was, The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around. God damn it, Ace. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you. Ace, you two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long. Ace glanced down at the floor, at the corpse covered in blood. At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment. I bet Ace is behind this somehow. Because he keeps interrupting at inopportune times. With that, he turned around and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice. I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later. There's only 3 hours left. There's not a whole lot of later to play with, but okay. Huh? Hey, wait! Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling. Junpei, what are you doing in there? Hurry up. Arrgh! Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off toward the communications office. What is it? Alright. Hey Ace, look! It's a model of steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? What? Hey Ace, look! It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Junpei, stop being a butt. The cable that comes out of this thing is connected to the desk. What does that mean? Looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole though. An electric lock, perhaps. Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some cables over there. That must mean... Yeah, okay. Hey, paper. Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. Okay. Blank paper. There's a pair of headphones on the desk. An Early telecommunications device, most likely used to transmit a radio signal of some sort. I experimented with it earlier, but to no avail. I imagine it's broken. Chair. Okay. That's the telegraph. It's a telegraph key. A machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. Do you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmits anything outside of the ship. Okay. I might actually look up the solution, oops, to this puzzle just because I want to keep things moving. Because I want to get done with this tonight. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. A clock mounted on the wall. The hands aren't moving. Little surprised that the time is wrong then, I suppose, and there's nothing on the back. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. It's an old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. What's this? Screwdrivers. Okay. And what about in here? Ink. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and look up the solution to this because I would like to keep things moving along. Alright, communication office. Open the left side, drawers on the desk, take the paper, take the screwdrivers, remove the ink from the drawers, combine the music box and the screwdrivers. Alright, this screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. Alright, we got a cylinder. Combine the ink in the cylinder. Yeah, this would have taken me a long time to figure out on my own, I'm sure. I guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder. And then combine the dirty cylinder and the paper. Now I just gotta roll the cylinder across a piece of paper, and if I'm right, the ink should... Morse code chart. Okay. Follow the Morse code sheet to unlock the desk drawer. I don't know what that means, but hold on. Just as you suspected, right? Now you have a pattern of dots and lines on the paper. I imagine it's Morse code. These dots and lines are the dots and dashes of Morse code. Okay, so we need to go and do that pattern. Yeah, I would never have figured that out on my own, so I'm kind of glad I looked it up, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna screenshot this real quick so that I can have it up. I really have no idea which direction is up on this paper, so that could be a problem. But print screen, drop it in paint so I can keep an eye on it. Alright. Let's Morse code the shit out of this. Alright, I got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. Alright, let's give this a shot. Oh, there we go. Okay, awesome, thank you. What the fuck? So, dot 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 dash dash. That's kind of cool, to be honest. Dot, 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 dash, dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot. Woo! That's the last one, and yes! Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. Woo! I know it's an electronic key, sorry. I keep clicking on the wrong screen. Okay. Let's open this sucker. What do we got? It's a book. It's a book. I can see that. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up. The cover read, All Ice. Alice. Did that mean... Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. What the fuck? Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. Hieroglyphs? There were many pages in the file, and each was full of those strange symbols. What the hell is this? He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him. They're hieroglyphs. A form of writing used in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt, that's right. Can you read them? Of course, I can't. What would make you think I could? What the hell? Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in the strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them. Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file, and something fell out. He bent down and picked it up. Hey, it's another key card! There was a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols for the Saturn and Mercury key cards. This one, however, had a dot in the center of the male symbol. Uranus, that's the Uranus symbol. Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved on the card as well. On the lower right, it said, Bottom Deck Library. This must be a key to the library on the bottom deck. What a brilliant deduction, young man. So it would seem. The bottom deck, the library. Junpei remembered something he'd heard from Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Wow. Way to pull that out of nowhere. Did beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? Did forest of knowledge mean the library? If it did, then was Alice, who I believe was like a frozen mummy that didn't thaw no matter how warm she got, something, it was weird. What's wrong? Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him, curiosity and concern written across his face in equal parts. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be, so he told Ace everything June had told him. About the Egyptian priestess, about Ice 9, and finally about the woman who wouldn't melt who had been recovered from the Titanic disaster. He told him about how she had been called All Ice, which had eventually turned to Alice, and how she had been purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. And how Gordain had hid Alice somewhere on the ship. And you think that he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck? Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess so. Sorry, am I falling off the camera again? No, I'm alright. Okay. I see. Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together. Junpei, have you ever heard of the term... Excuse me, CAS? CAS? It stands for Cells Alive System. It's an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it's a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food as an alternative to the normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things. What do you mean, other things? Sex, probably. Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel. Space travel? Are you serious? Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing? Yeah, I'm going to. There was definitely something else in that drawer. But Ace won't shut up, so we gotta finish that first. It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space. That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting. Whoa, 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 wait a minute there. Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing? Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and if CAS were used to freeze her in that sort of ice instantaneously, you think she could be alive? Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature... That's nuts! Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about? You're quite right, it does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor. Wait, what? You mean the guy dressed like a captain? Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by who? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. Who was it that opened that door? Santa and Lotus. Alonzo, stop knocking shit over. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else, then, could have done so? Junpei thought for a second. No, nobody. After Santa and Lotus had used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with Junpei and June, who had just returned from E-Deck. Oh my god, this game goes on forever. The four of them then proceeded to return to the large hospital room to reunite with Ace, 7, and Clover. When Junpei and his team had gone into the shower room, Ace, 7, and Clover had been left in the large hospital room, but they would have been unable to open door 1. Perhaps when Junpei and June had taken the elevator to door 2 then. No, that would have been impossible. They had been gone only 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed the man in there, and run back in 5 minutes. It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered doors would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters. Then you're saying the killer was Alice. This is really going off into the realm of speculation, but okay. It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Good night, Tavi. Thank you for coming. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully. Well, this is all only one possible theory. All ice. Alice. Was Alice indeed somewhere on the ship with them? Junpei had only one clue. The keycard in his hand. It would, he hoped, grant him access to the Forest of Knowledge. But beyond that, what waited for him beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay, what is this? Unique key. Sweet. Alright, I'm guessing that's gonna get us out of something here. What door do we have that we haven't gone through? Junpei, what are you doing? I don't know. We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it would be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you? I think you can fuck off. I thought that was the door to the captain's quarters, so eat me. Alright. Probably the unique key goes to this thing then, I'm guessing? Yes. The control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole on the bottom. Right. Maybe the key I got earlier. Hey! Sweet, just had to put that key in and now it's on. Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen. There are 8 of them. That probably means we've got to put in 8 digits. Wow, thank you for that genius deduction. Junpei, do you think you can figure it out? No? Hold on a second. Information about Alice. Okay. Once again, I'm just gonna look this up because I want to keep things moving here. Where did my GameFAQs window go? Here we go. This music is pretty jammin'. The coffin ending leaves you here. Alright, well, we didn't get that one anyway. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. We're spelling out 0 somehow. It says Z equals 35, E equals 14, R equals 27, O equals 24. I have no idea where those numbers are coming from, and I'm slightly curious. I'm guessing that there's a hint over here somewhere? There's nothing on the monitor, just static. Isn't that the door on the screen, the one right behind us? You're right, so whatever that camera sees is sent to the screen in real time. I wonder if that means something, you know? There's a Z on the screen. It's one of those things that switches what's on the screen. Let's see what happens if I flip one of these switches. Nothing. Looks like it doesn't work anymore. Okay. Oh, you're right! Good thinking, Lee. We did not. What's the deal with this? Is it some kind of code? There are 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with a 0 and end with 8, F, N, or V, respectively. Maybe this has something to do with number bases. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. I'm just gonna use the guide, but I am curious what it's talking about. Numeral system chart. Okay, so we got Hex and then Octal or something, like other bases, I guess. Alright, whatever. The point is, we're gonna just use what the guide says because I'm rapidly running out of the ability to care. Okay. 35. 8 digits, huh? Yes. Once I've put in the 8-digit number, I just press E to enter it. Alright, let's give it a shot. 35, 14, 27, 24. I'm sure I would have understood the math eventually, but I really just want to move this along at this point. Lock open! Boom! I am a dirty cheater. On we go. Yes, it worked. Good job. Oh, she jumped! Look at that. Good job, Junpei. Excellent! You seem to have unlocked it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. I have no idea how close I am to the end. I hope it's not that far. Alright, let's go. Alonzo, stop attacking my headphones, please. Thank you. Alright, we found it. Yes, Alonzo, what are you doing down there? Stop chewing on things. Come on. Okay, they stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left like a great backward L. Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran, and ran, and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. He made straight for it. He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. What was a piece of paper doing in the middle of the hallway? Alonzo, stop it. He's like trying to eat my cable. Come on. Get out from under there. Come on. Or continue hiding. That's fine, too. Come on. Come on. There you go. Okay. Junpei skidded to a halt. He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off the floor. Now that he had a chance to examine it more closely, it was clear that it was a map. More specifically, a map of the ship's interior for the A deck. Okay. Pant. What's wrong? Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei. Junpei said nothing, simply showed Ace what he had found. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded. I see. With that, he began running again past Junpei. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace, but something stopped him. Hey, where's Clover? For fuck's sake, Clover! Can you keep up? Clover was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, what the hell is she up to? Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob. As Junpei watched, she closed it gently and quietly. What the hell are you doing? Nothing. What do you mean, nothing? Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket as if trying to hide something. What the hell is that? What? You got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this? This is a note. A note? Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something. What the hell? Let me see it. But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice. Hey, Junpei! Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up! Clover shrugged. I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, we gotta hurry. There is not a lot of later left. Jesus Christ. Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note? A note. Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him. Her pocket had been bulging far more than it would from just a note. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. I don't think anything about this game is going to make sense ever, so I wouldn't get your hopes up, Junpei. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. Hey, we're back here again. It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing. Junpei looked around, but Ace was nowhere to be seen. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down. There he was. And not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. I'm gonna lose my voice with all the narration in this game. They reached B-Deck at the same time. Jumpy! Clover! June's face was excited. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself. We found it! Found what? We found it! What did you find? The last door! We found door number 9! What? Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way. I don't think that everyone can get out, though, because we don't have the right number of people. We have, who do we have left? We have 7, Lotus, Santa, Ace, June, Junpei, and Clover. So wait a minute. We have Ace plus Santa is 4, plus Clover is 8, plus Junpei is 13, plus June is 19, plus 7 is 26, plus Lotus is 32, which is 5. They do have a 0 bracelet now. Did they take it? I don't know if they took it. I don't know, we'll see. Anyway, the point is we definitely can't all go through, so someone's gonna have to sacrifice themselves. 29, 28, 27. I'm pretty sure it has to be June, actually. June is 5, right? Oh no, it's Junpei! Junpei's 5! Which brings us down to 27, which adds up to 9. Junpei's gonna have to sacrifice himself, I think, if I'm doing the math correctly, and that's what they're going for. 7 turned and jogged off down the stairs, the rest followed. We finally made it! The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. But there was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. Actually, how many of us do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh dear, that makes things more complicated. I really have no idea then. Because we have 7 people, so... In that case, we may need to leave Clover and Ace behind? Which also adds up to 5? I don't know, we'll see. There were 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even in the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. I don't think we took the 0 bracelet, although I could be wrong. Junpei looked over at the clock. The hands indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up. Hey, Junpei! June! What the hell are you 2 doing? Making out, probably? Hurry it up! Let's go, Jumpy. June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. See deck. Nope. Also, hello, Megan. We're hoping to finish it tonight, I think. We're getting towards the end. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E-Deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. 7 grabbed hold of it and began to talk. I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got onto the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, they'd headed down another hallway. It took them toward the bow of the ship and eventually to the number 6 that Junpei and June had found earlier. With 4, they'd been able to open the door and keep going. As usual, they'd faced a locked door, but had been forced to complete 2 different areas before they could unlock it. Once they were through that door, there was another hallway that went in the other direction towards the stern. So on your way, you found the elevator. That's right. So in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side. Yeah. With that settled, Junpei looked around. So where's the number 9 door? Over here, follow me. 7 began walking down the hallway that led toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with them. They had been walking for a while, June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke. You know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now. Huh? That all 7 of us are going to door 9. You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital root? 3 plus 7 plus 8. 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. It's 9. That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to, but they didn't. Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them. He said we can't leave June behind. That's why we went looking for you guys. And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase. That's right. Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you, I mean. Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that. Oh, don't get me wrong. Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern. I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first. Junpei was about to respond when 7 suddenly stopped. In front of them stood a door. So is this... Junpei couldn't see 7's face, but he could see him nod. There's no other place for us to go? Nope. Just look around. At the end of the hallway was a thick iron wall. To the left and right, other hallways led to the port and starboard sides of the ship, but they were both closed off by thick metal grates. It looked as though 7 was right. The door in front of them was their only choice. Alright, let's get moving. He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. There it is. It appeared they'd been telling the truth. Why would they lie? The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number, 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the doors. Display read, vacant. Finally, they'd arrived. Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. He was about to speak when... Junpei, look behind you. He turned around. Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw. A door. And a 9. There was... another one. Hey! What the hell? What the hell is going on here? His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door. He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real. Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Ace who spoke first. Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one? Lotus was skeptical. I don't know about that. That seems unlikely. What makes you say so? Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's gonna suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck? Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room. No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though. Well then, that means... Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it. The exit is hidden, but it is there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. Junpei began to mutter to himself. So if there are 2 numbers, 2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right, that's not gonna work. Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand. You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them? Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her. The math doesn't check out. It's not that confusing. I'm trying to figure out where this is in this walkthrough. Yeah, whatever. Look at this. Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down a series of numbers. You get it? The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So if 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind, right? Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem. Because she did solve a difficult math problem? This is so weird. Alright. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him. As he did, he began to wonder, what was it? The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room. Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet, an altar. It was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin! A coffin! No, it couldn't possibly be. But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. Okay, Junpei. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor to his voice, but it was forced. Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone else would volunteer, but I guess nobody's got the guts to do it. Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one. What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Ugh, fine, fine, let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong, she just... screw it. Let me just write it out. Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look. If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way, only one combination though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination. Wait, this means... Don't get me wrong here, I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing. The same thing? Are you saying... Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind. Huh. Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot? Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered. I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here. The rest of them began to speak all at once. I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either. I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options. I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero. Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven. Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this. Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough. Doesn't make any sense. He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. Aw. That was when Santa spoke. Well, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet. Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable. Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here? Santa shook his head. Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone. Then I don't see how it matters. I said alone. Eh? I said I don't want to leave Seven alone. There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver. What the hell are you... What, you don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders. What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you? You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice. What? 3, 2, 1. Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance, his feet moving like lightning. He spun and... Ah! Holy shit! He had June. See? I told you. His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze and he could feel his breath grow stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as revolver roughly against her temple. What was he doing with a gun? Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's questions roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion. The gun's from the other room. What room? One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was going to do this. I should have taken the gun. Ha! Well, it's too late now, fat ass. No one has any consistent characterization in this game. Like, this is so weird. Damn it! A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lip twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backward, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same. Oh, shit. Okay, wait, so... we've got Santa, which is 3, and June, which is 6, which is 9. Maybe they are going to use the 0 bracelet after all. Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations. I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands on the red. 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 8 equals 18. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more. Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order. Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car. Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it. Holy shit. No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched, and the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked. But why? Santa, why are you... Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief. Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends. What? You knew about the leaf word and the 4-leaf clover. Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly. What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea. You're lying. Shut up. Just shut up, you stupid bitch. You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head? Jesus. Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small. Santa. He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus. Alright, assholes, what are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing starting to go? Going senile, maybe? Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do. He turned to Ace and Lotus. Please, go. Huh? But... Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're gonna be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven. I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven? Right, you just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but... don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of. But... no! You can't! Ace! Lotus, don't do it! Don't worry about me. Please! Oh, for God's sake. Someone do something! June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. Without a word, he laid a hand on each of their backs and gently pushed them forward. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step, and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded. Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly toward the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled. Alright, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What, you think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know. All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good, now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again. He shoved the revolver harder against June's head, and she winced. Fine. Ace sighed defeated and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand on the scanner panel. This is such a weird game. The fourth asterisk blinked on. Good job. Now Lotus, pull that lever. Soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, you know what happens, right? Yeah, my brain is breaking too. Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. If he shoots June after this, I'm gonna be irritated. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few. Alright, go! Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8, 9. Later. What a fucker. I'm so confused. After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arms into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything, to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read, engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read, vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7. They could still go without 7, actually. He and Clover could leave. There was no possible way for them to open a door with 9 on it. Yes, there is. 5 and 4 is 9, bro. He thought about June, about a Kane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. You'd literally not seen her for years, bro. That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed. So, what do you want to do, Junpei? What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do? 7 opened his mouth to respond when... a noise echoed through the room. Oh, that's right, yeah. I'm guessing not, though, because we know we're going for a bad ending, so... A noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another. What the hell is that? Shh! Quiet! Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. Actually, if Snake is still alive, then we have 2 plus 4 is 6, plus 5 is 11, plus 7 is 18. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where was it coming from? Oh, it's in the coffin. Could it be? Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin. You're right, let's open it. But how? What are those muscles for? For show? You're telling me to force it open? Just shut up and try. It has a keypad on it, so I'm guessing this isn't gonna work. They tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength. Damn it! Man, it won't even budge. There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it. Not another one. Yeah, it looks like it. Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open? I think so. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. They had no idea who was in the coffin, but they wanted out, and they wanted out now. They had no idea what they were supposed to do. Without a passcode, it didn't seem like there was a lot they could do. They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be. Isn't there a hint somewhere? Well, let's look for one. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and Seven investigated the desk, but something. The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room. What was the passcode? What was Junpei supposed to do? How was he supposed to figure it out? I wonder if this is something where we needed to do something else in a different part, and we're gonna get a bad ending where whoever's in the coffin is gonna suffocate, and thus we can't escape. To be continued. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. What? Alright, so I guess that was it. So that was one of the bad endings, that we couldn't get the guy out of the coffin. Because I'm guessing the guy in the coffin was Snake, and if Snake had gotten out, then we would have been able to get through the 9 door and everyone would have gotten out. So, that makes sense. Nothing else about the game made sense, but that does make sense, sort of. So that was a super weird game, and it's exactly 1 o'clock, so we ended right about the time I was planning. I advise you to all check out the way- or no, Bree's gonna explain it, I guess. So, have at it, Bree. This is the true ending path. I'm just gonna read out what she says so that the YouTube people know, because I forgot to set up the chat screen again. However, in order to get the actual true ending, you have to get the safe ending first. Alonzo, stop it. Alonzo, he's like attacking my headphone cord. Stop it, stop. And also pass 4 dialogue checks along the way. Okay. So there was some series of dialogue trees that we didn't... We were talking a bunch behind the scenes while you were playing. Thought you hadn't passed the 4 dialogue checks. In which case, door 1 would have led you to a different bad ending. Okay, so I passed the dialogue checks, but I hadn't done the safe ending, so I didn't get the real good ending. I got the one where I couldn't open the coffin. So presumably, I don't know what the safe ending is. Let's look this up. There are 6 endings in 999. Right, so the coffin ending provides no new dialogue or information. The game cuts off just before opening door 9 in the true ending. Gotcha. So the safe ending, choose doors 5, 8, and 6, which I guess we didn't do. In the puzzle room beyond door 5, there's a safe in the closet of the bedroom. You must examine the safe after unlocking the door, but before leaving the room to get this ending. This is the bad ending that's required before you can see the true ending. The ending we were meaning to steer you toward is one where everybody gets axed. I mean that literally, killed with an axe. I'm almost sorry we didn't get to see that, because I was totally up for seeing most of the people in this game killed with an axe, to be honest. Yeah, I see. Axe ending. Alright, yeah, so we got true ending, coffin ending, safe ending, knife ending, axe ending, and sub ending. Yeah, so I'll probably look up, which I suppose would have been Stina's version of a happy ending because Junpei dies. I would have been okay with that, to be honest. Yeah, okay. I'll probably look at the other endings on the wiki or YouTube or something. I'm not sure I'll play this again. I definitely won't stream it again, because most of the humor value is lost at this point. But oh my god, this has been super fun to stream, actually, just because I've been making fun of it hilariously. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you really enjoyed. Next week is my 24-hour stream. So I will not be streaming on Friday, but I will be streaming from noon on November 5th to noon on November 6th. And I will be streaming Knights of the Old Republic. And I will be very tired. So it'll be fun. I hope you can all come out and see the stream, hang out and support me. There's a donation link on my blog if you would like to donate, but definitely I would love to see if you want to come out and hang out. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Have a fantastic weekend, and I will see you next time. Bye.